Okay, it's 10 a.m. So we're going to start up today's meeting of the House Election Law Committee, and I'm not going to forget the pledge this time, so we'll start off with the pledge. Ralph, you want to do the honors?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Okay. Today we're going to start off with HB 324. So I am officially opening the House hearing on the executive Law Committee hearing on HB 324. I believe Representative Lane will be introducing for Representative Muirhead, who is not with us today.
That's correct. And I think we're doing a public hearing, not an executive
I'm
session.
sorry. I meant to say a public hearing. I got the pledge right. You know, what do you want from me?
It takes a village. Okay. Thank you. I am Connie Lane. I am a representative for Concord Ward 2, which is known as Merrimack District 16. So I'm here in place of Representative Muirhead because he's out of town to introduce his bill, HB 324, which proposes public financing for campaigns. Since Citizens United, the Supreme Court case, one of the most prominent concerns about our flawed election cycle is dark money. Wealth is a significant barrier to participation for candidates and for donors. Our current system is dominated by big money and results in an unrepresentative government that privileges the interests of the few, the wealthy few, including corporations. Public company financing offers candidates the choice to drop out of the big money chase and to focus on talking to constituents and getting small donations. The infiltration of dark money creates conflicts of interest for elected officials. Are you representing your constituents or are you representing the people who gave you the money? Over the last 10 years, more than 12 jurisdictions have either adopted new public financing systems or strengthened their existing ones. New York became the first state to enact a statewide financing program since Citizens United. And with that, I am going to stop talking and let the speakers who are following me to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're not going to be asking Representative Lane questions because she's doing a courtesy for Representative Muirhead, so we'll let her off. Just so the committee and everybody present knows, this bill was not it was inadvertently scheduled. It should have been scheduled for next week, but it had already been noticed. So we are going to do Representative Muirhead a courtesy, and I believe we will reopen the hearing. We will hear everyone that's here today to speak to the bill, and they are fair game for questions. But just in the interest of transparency, it was an error that had already gone out. We couldn't take it back, but we also didn't want to disrespect Representative Muirhead by he asked us. It's just ships passing in the night. So with that, we've got two representatives from Open Democracy. Ms. Zink, do you want to go first? Do you have a preference? Okay, Olivia Zink from Concord.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Olivia Zink. I live in Franklin, New Hampshire, but Open Democracy, the Executive Director of Open Democracy Action, which I'm the Executive Director. And today, and the Governor Sununu issued a proclamation. So this is the best birthday gift you could give Granny D, is having a public hearing on this important effort. We need to reduce the influence of money in politics, and we can do that and increase the voice of average citizen by passing this voluntary voter-owned elections. This bill will work to create small donors. So you would have to qualify to opt into this bill, qualify by collecting small donor donations, and then be eligible for the voter-owned voter dollars. Warren Rudman said, "I challenge my party to return to the roots of Teddy Roosevelt and take up a challenge from a century ago for real lasting solutions to our current campaign finance, which is known as citizen-funded elections, public funding elections, or voter-owned elections. This is sort of all known. This is a common across the country. 24 states have some kind of solutions. 5 states, Maine, Connecticut, Hawaii, Minnesota, and Arizona, have full public funding. And then some states have just partial public funding of offices. 13 states have some option. Maryland has county jurisdictions eligible, and then there are other jurisdictions where cities like Seattle or Oakland have public funding. And candidates for the president can take up public funding of elections. This reduces or stabilizes the cost for running for office. We've all seen the cost for running for office increase year after year after year. This would reduce the amount of time that candidates spend fundraising, and would allow candidates to talk to everyday voters. This increases equality in our political system. It encourages more competition. It decreases special interests and out-of-state interests. This bill does not contain the same funding mechanism as the Arizona did that was stricken down by the Supreme Court. Maine also has a similar, or not a little bit different, but a public funding system that they've had for many years. And it allows Maine to pass bold bipartisan legislation that's demanded by the public if the industry objects. And so I think it's really important for us to underline that we want voters to be accountable, politicians to be accountable to voters and not to the big money in the system. There is another quote in my testimony from the former Arizona governor, which basically, I'm just going to summarize, says that they're able to pass policies that they weren't able to pass prior to public funding because of big pharma not allowing them, sort of getting in the way of passing important prescription drug legislation that they were able to successfully pass after they passed these systems. The time is now to institute a policy that for more fair, transparent, and just systems. I want to just sort of say that this is not the first time this bill has been heard by the committee. You had a bipartisan study committee chaired by Brad Cook a numerous amount of years ago, and then in 2008 you had a feasibility commission. So this has been studied twice and has been introduced a number of times prior. And I would recommend ought to pass on House Bill 324. I also, with me today, former Senator Jim Rubens is unable to be here, but I have testimony for him. And I also have a petition signed by a number of people and their testimony as well. And testimony of Joe Bagshaw from Center Conway, who was unable to make it down. So happy to take any questions you might have about this system or this bill.
Are there any questions from the committee from Ms. Zink? I had a couple. I was reading over this bill. We received a lot of emails about this. I'm sure the committee got them as well. One of the things that was in the emails says that this was publicly funded. And I think on page 11, it creates for the interest of transparency, the fiscal note for this bill is not available yet. It's on the back of the bill. OLS wasn't able to generate it in time. But my understanding of it is it creates like a citizens fund similar to like Connecticut. And one of the things that doing my research on the bill, and I think there was kind of misleading in the emails we got, was the bill. The bill takes in donations from the public, correct? Mm-hmm. So are you aware of the other states when they've had these sort of funds, how many people have donated to the fund voluntarily? We're not talking about the voter dollars you get. We're talking about actual money here.
So I will say that other states have funded them. Maine funds them from their general fund. Mm-hmm. Connecticut has a separate fund that this comes from to fund elections. Seattle pays for them by property taxes. So this is a uniquely New Hampshire way of allowing, spending $1 from our general fund and allowing for as you'll see there on page 11, the voluntary contributions. So it can be populated by voluntary contributions, as well as a fee for election law campaign finance violations. So any campaign finance violations will then be allocated to this fund. And then there's interest on the fund and a couple of other things listed, as well as the governor could issue a warrant, which is under the appropriations section of the bill to fund the bill. So that is an important thing that we need to discover and work for a New Hampshire solution to get big money out of politics.
That's all I had. Is my yes, Representative Kennedy. Sorry.
Just so I understand, this bill doesn't do anything to restrict big money, does it?
This bill is voluntary. So just to be clear, this bill would create a system that candidates will have to opt in. Candidates can still use our current system. And in other states where they have these systems, you see participation rate about 75%. So in no other state does this universally solve a problem. The court has been very clear that you can't mandate a system like this. It has to be a voluntary system. And so it's complying with all court objections to getting money out of politics. But I will say that in other states that have had these voluntary opt-in systems, you have seen high participation because candidates want to be accountable to the voters, and voters demand participation in systems like this. So thank you for the question. And yes, it is 100% voluntary. And it would be just for executive council and governor's races to start. If those work, then the commission could expand it to other races.
Further questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you, Ms. Sink. Next up, also from Open Democracy, is going to be Sarah Lobdell. Did I get that close? From Keene.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Lobdell. I'm the program coordinator of Open Democracy and a voter in Keene, New Hampshire. My testimony hones in on this bill specifically rather than a broad overview of publicly funded elections. And so the system outlined in HB 324 is good for both voters and candidates of all parties. And I recommend the committee adopt an ought to pass vote. As voters and taxpayers, we pay more every day for our current system of privately funded elections in New Hampshire than we would for voter-owned elections. We pay higher prices for goods and services such as utilities and healthcare regularly, for example, because wealthy donors are able to buy influence through campaign donations and then expecting returns on investment through policies favorable to these donors at the taxpayer's expense. A place this is particularly troubling is with the Executive Council. So executive councilors approve contracts for a third of New Hampshire's $7 billion budget, while at the same time potentially receiving campaign donations from the groups whose contracts they may soon vote on. In these instances, will the most qualified contractor get the bid with the state, or the contractor who contributed the most to the executive councilor's campaign? Executive councilors then awarding contracts intentionally or subconsciously to their biggest donors risk approving potentially unqualified contractors, and any errors resulting from this come at the taxpayer's expense. With the voter-owned elections outlined in HB 324, there's a limit to how much money is dispersed each election. Voters know how much money is in the fund, where that money is coming from, and candidates as well know where their campaign contributions are coming from prior to the election and cannot be swayed by donations, for example, from lobbyists once elected. Elected officials are free to perform the responsibilities of their office without bias and with only the best interest of Granite State voters in mind. I wanted to raise also that at about 9 a.m. this morning, there were 246 sign-ins in support online for this bill and only 4 opposed. And with my testimony, I have an outline specifically honing in on the voter dollars part of this bill of a study from Seattle's Democracy Vouchers program and the successes that they have experienced with that program. Thank you for taking my testimony.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. A reminder to those in attendance, if you do have things you want to submit to the committee, please hold on to them and give them straight to the clerk. It stops the distraction of paper shuffling while others are giving their testimony. So in the interest of being fair to everyone, not that I don't enjoy things coming across my desk, but it's hard not to look down. Next up is going to, we'll do Corinne Dodge from Dairy. Ms. Dodge, welcome to the Election Law Committee. Or you can bring him here to the clerks. It's okay. We will forgive you. Yeah, you got to press the silver button right in front of you. It'll turn red. There you
Oh,
go.
I knew that. Thank you. Good morning, Chairman and House election law members. Thank you for honoring my right to speak today. My name is Corinne Dodge. I live in Derry, and I support HB 324. As a New Hampshire voter, I hate the fact that my voice is being drowned out by excessive secret and especially out-of-state donations pouring into New Hampshire at election time by large and multinational corporations and by a tiny percentage of very wealthy individuals. Currently, candidates wanting to run or rerun for our New Hampshire office of governor or executive council must be either independently wealthy or willing and able to raise exorbitant amounts of money from large corporations and from very wealthy donors, individuals. In effect, the extreme amounts of these donations make candidates obliged to do the bidding of the donors whose agenda is most often in opposition to everyday citizens who can't even begin to compete with wealthy donors, citizens like myself. Consequently, I also hate the fact that when I speak to public officials, I know that my needs as a constituent are going to be secondary to the needs of extremely wealthy donors and corporations. A number of years ago, I sat in a chair just like this, at a hearing just like this, for a bill very similar to this one. I was asked by one of your colleagues if I would be willing to share my tax dollars to be used to pay for voter-owned elections. If asked that same question today, my answer would be more than a simple yes. I've learned a lot since then. If asked today, my answer would be yes, I absolutely am willing to pay my share of tax dollars to support a voter-owned elections, because that would be much cheaper for me than watching my household budget for home heating fuel, electricity, prescription drugs dwindle, even as I see the corporate profits are rising outrageously. I want a government that is actually responsible to the needs of all New Hampshire constituents, rather than catering to wealthy donors. I ask that you protect the right of all New Hampshire citizens to have their collective voices heard and considered. Amend HB 324 if you must, but I ask that you amend with integrity and with consideration for the constituents of New Hampshire. Pass 324, please. Thank you.
Are there any? Will you be taking questions, Ms. Dodge?
Will I be? Oh, sure.
Absolutely. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. But as I see this, will this have any effect at all on
on people running for office that have a lot of money from previous campaign donations or other outside agencies from running ads on TV and whatnot. How will this affect that?
I do believe when I read the bill, and it was hard to go through all that, but I do believe there's some kind of and somebody else may know, I am not an expert on the bill, but I believe there is a contingency for someone who has run in another election. There's some requirements on what the extra money they have, and maybe somebody can confirm that, but that was my understanding. This bill it's not going to change everything overnight, but if we do nothing, it'll get worse. That I know.
I believe if there's a clause in there that says you cannot use previous campaign funds. Just if I'm wrong on that, please correct me. But I did read the bill. So thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Dodge? All right. Thank you, Ms. Dodge.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, gotta go next up, I guess. That's not the right stack. Let's go with Bob Perry from Stratford, New Hampshire. Mr. Perry, welcome back.
Thank you very much for the greeting. This bill focuses on two races, race for governor and the race for executive council. My focus is on the executive council. One of the most powerful entities in state government is one that is arguably least known by the general public. It is one charged with the authority and responsibility of approving or not all contracts having a value of $10,000 or more. Of course, that would include construction contracts. Approving or not the spending of a major portion of the approximately $5.2 billion appropriated annually by our legislature. Approving or not the appointments of district, superior, and Supreme Court justices, as well as appointments of members to a myriad of boards, committees, and commissions. Being responsible to serve as, quote, advocates for the people, end quote. Being responsible to ensure that those appointed to the executive branch are, quote, all responsible to the citizens of New Hampshire and not to special interests, end quote. There is specific recognition, therefore, that the council is vulnerable to the pressures of special interests and that it is the duty of each member to serve as advocates for the people. While it is not possible to know the inner workings of the human mind, and in this case, how money affects decision-making among everyone in the position of power, it is not impossible. Every day, our jury system sorts the wheat from the chaff by convicting defendants based on circumstantial evidence and by invoking their own common sense. I cite an example of the application of common sense. In 2020, YouTube campaign for governor ad by Andrew Volinsky, he prefaced his remarks by saying, quote, people have a right to be cynical about money in politics, end quote. He continued, indicating he received an unsolicited check in the amount of $500 from a Fortune 100 accounting company, an enterprise with which he had no knowledge or relationship. The timing of this check caused the candidate to conclude it was sent to influence his decision as then member of the Executive Council on a $2 million no-bid contract involving the same company. He destroyed the check during the video. We can use our common sense to conclude there will be those who will, through their contribution, at least attempt to influence members. In the 2020 Executive Council campaign, $1.3 million came from in-state contributions, almost $218,000 came from out of state, and in excess of $6,600 could not be traced. There should be no campaign contribution that is untraceable. We know, however, that dark money permeates politics, which is in part the impetus for HB 324. which requires complete disclosure, unlike the current system. And candidates must disavow contributions from outside organizations. For 30 years, I was employed by the state's superior court system and worked with honorable people, one of whom offered to me the following viewpoints. Quote, "Bob, you're not a young man anymore." End quote. That was 25 years ago. Yeah, I silently disagreed. But he also advised that perception is reality. That was not disputed. I cannot tell you unequivocally that money is influencing decision-making on the Executive Council, nor can anyone here tell me that it does. I can tell you that common sense dictates that it can, which brings us back to the concept of perception being reality. HB 324 will not quiet the skeptics, but it will be a step in the right direction, and its structure proven to provide tangible benefits. I urge ought to pass on 324. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perry, will you be taking questions from the committee?
Sure.
Are there questions from the committee? We'll see, that's easy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Last up to speak that I have for a pink card is Linda Bundy from Antrim, New Hampshire. Welcome to Election Law, Ms. Bundy.
Good morning, Chairman and members of House Election Law. My name is Linda Bundy, and I'm from Antrim. I support HB 324. The current system of funding political campaigns by private donations has led to increasingly expensive campaigns, with wealthy donors and corporations exerting undue influence in elections at all levels. Politicians in New Hampshire have received large donations from individuals as well as hospitals, insurance groups, pharmaceutical corporations, the energy industry, and communications companies. Such a system directly affects who runs for office and which pieces of legislation are put into law. Candidates of moderate means have difficulty competing against those funded by deep pockets. The opinions and issues of the wealthy drive the political agenda. Everyday voters hold less weight with the candidates, who must spend an inordinate amount of time soliciting donations even after being elected. New Hampshire voters want change in campaign funding. According to a survey conducted in New Hampshire by Public Policy Polling in 2018, a bipartisan majority of voters believe that big money is a problem in our elections and would support a system like the one proposed in HB 324. I've included a link to the survey at the end of my testimony. The solution for this situation is to reform the funding of campaigns so that candidates and elected officials are motivated to serve the citizens of New Hampshire rather than big businesses. If enacted, HB 324 would be a first step in such reform. Candidates have to meet certain criteria to be eligible for voter dollars, and registered voters receive 4 $25 certificates that they may assign to the participating candidates of their choice. Participation by candidates and voters is voluntary. As a result of this reform, engagement between candidates and voters would increase. The number of financially viable candidates would grow, and they would have to work to make voters believe they are the best choice to receive voter dollars. Candidates' focus would turn toward their local constituents and the issues that concern them. Candidates who wish to participate in public funding for their campaigns must collect a minimum number of small donations, $2,500 for the office of governor and $500 for the office of executive counselor. The amount of each donation is between $5 and $250 for governor and between $5 and $125 for executive counselor. HB 324 is limited to the campaigns for governor and executive council. Because the governor and the council are responsible for decisions involving large tax dollar expenditures, their offices are subject to lobbying and financial support from donors with high interest in how that money is spent. This situation makes these offices ideal for public funding as a way to reduce the effects of these donor influences. Focusing on just 6 elections makes implementation of the system a manageable way to begin. What are the advantages of this system of voter-owned elections? Candidates of modest means are able to run for office. They must reach out to voters and explain why they deserve voter certificates. Even voters who normally could not afford to donate to campaigns can contribute and feel that they have a voice in the election. Greater participation by a broader range of candidates and voters leads to elected officials who more accurately represent the citizens of New Hampshire. Of course, funding of this system is an important consideration. The report of the bipartisan 2008 Commission to study the feasibility of public funding of state election campaigns has a 2-page list of 64 ideas for sources for public funding, which I have attached to my testimony, along with a link to the full report. Arizona, the city of Seattle, and our fellow New England states of Maine and Connecticut have well-established public funding systems for state elections that have been in place for years. HB 324 provides a workable, proven way to improve campaign funding in New Hampshire in the interest of increasing grassroots participation by candidates and voters in our elections and greater engagement between candidates and voters. I ask that you vote ought to pass on this bill. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Last person I had signed up, which just came in, Jane Armstrong from Exeter. Welcome to election law.
Thank you. I am Jane Armstrong from Exeter, and I have copies of my testimony here. I also have copies of testimony from Liz Tentarelli, who is president of the League of Women Voters of New Hampshire, and I happen to know she lives in Newbury and has a very, very long driveway, and their snowblower broke. So please read her testimony. Bills to create a system of public funding have a long history in New Hampshire. In 1997, a small group consisting of past legislators and interested citizens was formed to study the issue of public funding of election campaigns. I participated in that committee as a member of the League of Women Voters of New Hampshire. Doris Haddock, Granny D, joined us after she finished walking across America to promote campaign finance reform. We created the organization Granite State Clean Elections, and with name changes, that organization still exists as Open Democracy and works tirelessly for public funding of elections. In 2000, Senate Bill 447, creating a public funding system for New Hampshire's top 3 offices, passed the Senate and failed narrowly in the House. In addition to legislative bills, there have been study committees, a bipartisan commission, and a blue ribbon task force, but still no statewide system of public funding. Over the same period of time, the amount of money spent on elections has skyrocketed. The people of New Hampshire are acutely aware of the huge amount of money spent on political campaigns and of how so much of it is coming from unknown sources, PACs, dark money, and the very wealthy. People are both discouraged and angry. They feel, rightly so, that their voices are being overpowered by big money. And so here you are today considering House Bill 324. This bill takes its main structure from an older bill, Senate Bill 304. That bill was created by a working group of 6 legislators, 2 senators, 4 representatives, 3 Republicans, 3 Democrats. It was led by a moderator from Open Democracy Action. The process was long and hard and full of discussions and compromises. The end result was a proposed public funding system that would have worked for New Hampshire. House Bill 324 would also work for New Hampshire today. It is a modest start, covering only the campaigns for governor and executive council. The goal is to show that such a system can work and improve all our election campaigns for New Hampshire public offices. One compelling feature of the bill gives each New Hampshire registered voter 4 $25 certificates to give to candidates of their choice. The campaigns can exchange these certificates for cash. The city of Seattle included this feature when it adopted a public funding system in 2015. In evaluating the results of its public funding initiative and the use of the $25 certificates, 2 maps of the city were created. The first showed where donors to campaigns lived before the use of certificates. Not surprisingly, they were clustered in wealthy sections of the city. The second map, after certificates were in use, showed donors spread all over the city. People who had not been able to donate to campaigns were empowered by these certificates. Also, candidates needed to campaign all over the city and reach out to all neighborhoods in order to convince voters to give them their certificates. The certificates created real grassroots campaigning. House Bill 324 deserves to be enacted into law. It creates a system of financing public campaigns that is both practical and innovative. The citizens of New Hampshire deserve to move out of the wash of dark money from unknown sources. Please vote ought to pass.
Will you be taking questions from the committee?
Sure.
Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to House Bill 324? Seeing none, I'm going to recess the hearing so that we can re-notify it for next week and have Representative Muirhead give his 2 cents. So I'm recessing the hearing on House Bill 324, and I will be opening, if I find my sheet here, I know it's 453. I'll be opening the hearing for House Bill 453, relative to prohibiting the folding of election ballots and providing adequate envelopes for absentee ballots to prevent folding. See, I'm awake now, so we're going to do the hearing, and we're not going to do anything. Let me see here. I don't think I have a pink card for you. I'm sorry. Are you
I apologize.
Perez?
Yes, I am. I
Okay,
apologize.
Representative Perez, thank you. In keeping in past precedents, the way we will do these hearings, we'll have the obviously the sponsor will introduce, and then we'll do the state representatives first, and then after that we go through the list. So, Representative Perez, welcome to election law.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair and committee members. I am Representative Christine Perez. Thank you for allowing me to present you House Bill 453 as amended, and I have copies of the amendment here. The bill as amended will only apply to the 135 towns and cities that as of 2022 used voting machines and will be added to RSA 656-33, thus prohibiting folded ballots. My initial concern with folded ballots started working as a poll challenger in 2018. I observed paid staff of the town attempting to place absentee ballots that had been folded into the voting machines and frequently had difficulty with the machines accepting these ballots. Attempts to flatten the creases were not always successful in gaining access to the machines. Subsequently, after the 2020 election, with the ballot recounts in Windham, the entire state and beyond became aware of the serious folded ballot concerns. As you all know, a vast majority of the problem with these foldings was later confirmed by the auditor. The concern over folded ballots continues, and it continues for other reasons, which I will go into with other testimony. Items are regularly used now after opening the envelopes in attempts to flatten the creases. This laborsome exercise is not only time-consuming, but costly to the municipalities that use paid workers. One must also note that not all absentee ballots are mailed, as individuals frequently go to the town offices and hand in their ballots. I present this as a bipartisan bill, as all towns and cities using folded ballots have the potential for problems. I submit to you that this problem could easily be resolved by just not folding the ballots. I will leave further expertise to those who have kindly offered to speak in support to offer more insight into the potential consequences. I did learn late last night that one very important individual that was going to testify was unable to make it. His name is Tom Murray. He is co-founder of the Government Integrity Project. So I would like to offer a little bit of information, because it is not just the problem with the ballots being rejected by the machines. As was brought out during the Wyndham recount, the problem of overvote and phantom votes were also brought out. I have a copy of his report that was filed with the Commission on Voter Confidence this past September of 2022. It explains that overvote and phantom vote issues. So an overvote, we all know, if somebody puts too many names, if there's only supposed to pick 4 and you pick 5, that's considered an overvote. What they found in Wyndham would happen is very often the crease would cause an overvote, depending on where that crease was. Now, a lot of that can be found in his information in the beginning. Phantom vote is when you have a folded ballot and that fold goes through the oval before a candidate's name. And it has been found, and I have some pictures of some folded ballots too. It has been found that actually that fold can count as a vote towards that particular candidate. That can be seen on the ballot, and it's in testimony here as they went on. The expected overvote rates were expected with these machines to be about 0.03%, but in the 7 towns that this group went into further investigate, they were from 5.2% to 22.78%. Their conclusions showed that some changed elections. House Bill 1163 that was passed last year, it was a start, but in his opinion and the people of this group, it is not all of that not all of the machines are capable. What that bill did is it said that if an overvote went into the machine would kick it out so that it would then be put into the side of the machine. I know that not all the machines are capable of doing that. So that is his testimony as well. I'm going to leave further expertise to those who have kindly offered to speak in support and offer more insight into the potential consequences. But in conclusion, committee members, voting is granted to us under Article 11 of our state constitution, Bills of Right. I firmly believe that the integrity of this right is a reasonable expectation for all, and I encourage you to pass this bill. Thank you.
Will you be taking questions from
Yes,
the
I
committee?
will.
Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Weary.
Mr. Chair, just a quick question. Suppose a folded ballot comes in nonetheless. Is there any concern with how that will be addressed, or?
I know that there are towns that have been hand counting folding ballots.
Okay.
That will be, someone else will be going into that as well. But, the point that I'm trying to make is that it is threefold. It is not just going into the machine. It's the problem with that, with overcount, and then with this phantom problem as well. So. Any-
Other questions from the committee? Representative Howard.
Thank you. So with the Secretary of State's office looking at purchasing new voting machines, have you reached out to their office at all to see if those new machines would be able to count the ballots with the crease? Because it seems that the current issue is that the current machines cannot count those ballots.
Well, the current machines can count the ballots, but not always accurately. No, in answer to your question, no, I have not reached out to them. The town that I live in, Londonderry, actually for the upcoming March election, will be using testing. There's two towns, I believe, that are doing it. Will be testing new machines. So that would be a good test to see if something different happens with them. But no, I have not, to answer your question.
Other questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Brennan.
Thank you for taking my question. Do you know if it is more costly to hand count folded ballots than what it would be to provide the larger envelopes?
No, I'm telling you that I do not know the answer to that. And but again, I think that is twofold. You are paying people to work at the town, so that is the larger envelopes would be more costly. But to try to figure out exactly how many of those will be used, no, I don't. I think the integrity of your vote may be another issue along with the financial issues.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Lane.
Thank you. I can't seem to reach my. What about the postage for the larger envelopes? So now we're going to have voters having to spend more on postage? Is that correct? Because I honestly
Yes,
don't know.
that would be correct. But that also, I believe, is going to be brought up by people who know more about it than I do.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Clayton Wood. Excuse me.
Thank you for taking my question. Do we know how many potential folded ballots are per town roughly?
Well, there were over 62,000 at the November election.
Statewide?
Statewide, yes.
Okay, thank you.
But that was all towns and cities. This would be for the 135 that are using machines at this time.
Understand, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the committee? 62,709, Representative Wood.
Thank you.
Roughly. Thank you, Representative Perez. Our own, the Venerable Honorable Representative Catherine Prudhomme O'Brien is up next. Sorry, and Representative Perez, if you could fill out the pink card for our clerk. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for that introduction. Thank you for this opportunity to speak this morning. I previously have been, and I'm speaking about in years past, I have previously opposed this measure because of the cost involved to communities. And I've changed my mind. And the reason why is because I have new information. I live in Derry, and the town clerk, she's the former town moderator, told me that she is spending time and money to process folded ballots, and this would help alleviate some of that, those efforts that she's spending. Well, when she was our town moderator, she's now our clerk. Our absentee ballots were hand counted in the last election because of concern about absentee ballots going through the machine. I think we all know about the situation that occurred in Windham, where there were the phantom votes, or the votes that went through the bubble. I'm sorry, the fold went through the bubble, and then the machines read that as a vote for that candidate, and then that was a big mess. The community of Windham Their town officials used some folding equipment that probably wasn't the best idea to use because the folds that were pre-scored on the ballots, but in that spot, it was pre-scored to be certain that there would be no fold on a target, and then the officials in Windham used some machinery to make the process go faster and fold the ballots in a different way, and it ended up going through a target, and so that was the problem there. So if there is the opportunity to make voters more confident that this will not occur again, then that's a good idea. And if the communities are now spending more money to either count them count absentee ballots by hand, then this is a good way to go. And also, if communities may be folding them differently than intended, or even the voter might fold it innocently, not realizing that this could be an issue. And also sometimes these folds, because they increase the thickness of the paper in that spot, can cause some jamming of the equipment, and then that becomes an issue as well. And whenever you have these problems, voter confidence becomes a concern because people are always worried, wait, did my vote get counted? So that's why our election officials in my community went to hand counting so that those concerns would not be in play. And then that costs money because you have to spend extra time and hire staff for that. So someone asked a good question about the postage, and that's one of the reasons why previously I would have said no thank you to this bill. But everything's a balancing act, isn't it? And we have to think, what concerns are more important right here, right now on this specific bill? I think that the change on the postage, when we have a bill that would pertain to this coming up in a little bit later today, I think right now a first class stamp is 59 cents. And that is what an absentee ballot folded would cost to send in. And now it's going to jump up higher. I'm not sure of that exact cost, but I'm guesstimating around $1.50, $2 on a flat envelope. Yeah. I know that's not ideal. And like I said, I would have opposed these efforts for that reason in the past. But I don't think that's unobtainable for a voter, and we have to spend money on gas in bringing these if we were to vote in person. So again, balancing act. What do we worry about for the voters? Also, voters have the option of bringing these back to the town hall when in the area. That I know I do that when I have something to bring to town hall. And I want to save money on postage because I'm cheap. I mean, frugal. I'm frugal. All right. Well, that's everything. Are there any questions? I hope I can get those. I hope I can answer those.
Yes, Representative Howard.
Thank you for taking my question. So as you had outlined in the Wyndham audit situation, the issue was the folds on where the bubbles were. Would it be cheaper to standardize folding equipment than it would to offshift that cost onto the voter?
I'm going to pause you right there, Howard. Mr. Representative Howard, there's no standardized folding equipment in the state of New Hampshire, just so you know.
Yes, sorry, I'm trying to ask if it would be cheaper to implement that as a one-time cost rather than.
It's a fair question. I just wanted to make sure you understand that there's no designated folding equipment.
Yes, I was asking if it would be cheaper to implement that equipment.
Thank you for that question. I was curious about where all those pre-scored folds landed, and I looked at each and every ballot in the state of New Hampshire that year that problem occurred in Windham. And the Secretary of State's office does pay attention to that very closely. And the pre-scores are never in a spot where they would hit a voting target, a bubble. so that they would be in between a name on the ballots. So what happened in Windham is they didn't fold the votes in that manner. I mean, the ballots in that manner. And they used other folding equipment that they should not have done. But they were trying to save time. So because we had so many absentee ballots that year with the pandemic. So that's the problem that occurred there. And I think someone else will be speaking about that in much more detail behind me.
We have never talked about folded ballots in this committee ever, right? No. Other questions from the committee? Representative Hamer.
Thank you for taking my question. I have a question. How many envelopes would be required for sending out the ballot and the weight of that, right?
Well, I'm sure the efforts would be made to keep the weight as low as possible, not using thick paper. There's the ballot. It would be the same as it is now. I think that's 2 or 3. The Secretary of State's office could address that issue, but it would be the same. You'd have the ballot to send back in and then the ballot inside that. I mean, the envelope to send back in and then the ballot inside that envelope. So I think it would be the same.
Envelope too?
Follow up?
Yes.
Follow up.
Yeah.
Affidavit envelope. Okay, thank you.
No worries. Yes, Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Prudhomme O'Brien. So I just lost my train of thought. If it comes back to me,
Okay.
I'll return.
Absolutely.
All
Thank you.
right. Other non-questions from the committee. All right, Representative Lane, I think you're going to be you're going to have to fire that missile off later. Thank you, Representative Prudhomme O'Brien. Next up, Representative Erica Leon, also from Derry. Oh, okay. Well, if you want to ask right now, I'm fine with it. Representative Prudhomme O'Brien, you're not done yet. We're gonna extend some courtesy here. She remembered. Representative Lane remembered her question.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. I hope I can answer it.
I just, what's the amendment change from the original bill?
I'm not sure that I have the answer to that,
Okay.
I think it was distributed. I was trying to compare.
but it's
notes,
coming
too.
up. The answer is coming up.
It was distributed, I believe,
Okay.
on the slip
Okay.
piece.
I'll wait. Thank you.
All right, now Representative Erica Leon, welcome to election law.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Election Law Committee. To answer that question from Representative Lane, the amendment says that it's not all towns and cities. It's simply those who use vote counting machines so that we don't add an extra cost to those towns who are already hand counting every ballot. You're welcome. I came to this topic from a slightly different approach, but we had one of those wonderful matchmaking by OLS opportunities. So I am a co-sponsor to this bill from my colleague from Londonderry. I had looked at the ballot in Derry. There was actually no way to fold Derry's ballot without going through a bubble on one side or the other. It was unfortunately one of the scenarios where the Secretary of State simply could not give a space. I looked at how we might mandate that there's certain spaces for folding, what we might be able to do in order to make sure that we avoid this problem while keeping these ballots in as small an envelope as possible. I couldn't come up with any solution. Nobody could come up with any solution to make sure that this wouldn't happen. And that's actually why we had poll workers work counting until about 3 a.m. in Derry this past November. We had over 1,000 ballots that were absentee and were folded because any fold went through one of the bubbles. It was very, very important to make sure with confidence that the election results were actually true. 1,000 votes would have been enough to swing quite a few elections in Derry. So that was absolutely mandatory to make sure that we were confident. That cost a lot of money. It cost a lot of time. And if we didn't have such an exceptional town clerk, it would have thrown a lot into question. People know how seriously she takes election integrity, and therefore any concerns were diffused with going so late into the night. By requiring absentee ballots to be enclosed in envelopes that will allow the ballot to be mailed without folding. We remove that risk and we remove that decision from town moderators who may be facing a shortage of poll workers. We need our poll workers to be on point all day and hopefully not all night until it's almost sunrise again. That's what was expected of our poll workers, and we need to figure out what we can do in order to ease their burden so we have people continue to volunteer at our elections and keep our elections fair and free. Well, when we look at this, I look at the cost, and I look at the cost to a person who has to return these ballots. Right now, a forever stamp is 63 cents, and an oversized letter is $1.03. We're talking about an extra 40 cents. If we're looking at extra overweight charges, then we get into another territory as well. But I ask you, what's the value in making sure that your vote is counted correctly? If you're sending in an absentee ballot that's folded and you're not sure if the machine will read it correctly, or if a poll worker counting at 2:30 in the morning is going to read it correctly, is it worth 40 cents? Is it worth $1? What is confidence worth?
Okay, questions from the committee. Representative Bone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. So do you think this should be on our show this Friday? You don't have to answer. That's a plug.
Other questions from the committee. Representative Burnham. Did I put out your name right? Burnham or Burnham?
Burnham is fine. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Leyland. As far as the suggested new envelope, would that just be is there a standardized envelope, or there'll be a specialty envelope, or just a regular manila size?
Thank you for the question. That gets into the issue of our length of ballots. When you have 10 representatives in Derry plus all the other offices, we have a rather large ballot. That will require probably some work to figure out the correct way to get that done. I do think that this is important enough that we need to figure out how to do that and how to move forward on this, because confidence is key. Otherwise, people become disenfranchised because they don't think their vote counts. Thank you.
Other questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Brennan.
Thank you for taking my question. In the spirit of ensuring that every vote is counted, how do we address the additional shipping time for these larger envelopes that cost between $125 and $175 per ballot?
Thank you. I actually found the oversized postage for an oversized letter is $1.03 on the USPS site today, but yours probably works if you end up sticking a few more envelopes in. There may be more shipping time, but when you request an absentee ballot, you know that there's going to be some time at the post office. I know in towns that are further away that may need to send into a central station that's a lot further away than Derry and Manchester, the turnaround time may be slower. But I think that that's a function that people in a town would understand how long mail delivery takes. This does not stop people from taking their absentee ballot into town hall and delivering it just as they would. That would save them that money. It would give them that confidence that it's actually in election officials' hands. And there's nothing to prohibit that. And honestly, if anybody's mailing even a standard size envelope or a large one, with the way things are nowadays, I wouldn't mail it in the last week anyways.
Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Leon.
Thank you.
Next up, Representative Horrigan from Durham.
Well, I'm mostly here for the next one, but I discovered some things while researching my testimony that relate to this bill, so I'm reluctantly opposed to it. Yeah, I definitely agree that what happened in Wyndham was a fiasco, but I still think voting machines are capable of reading folded ballots. And the big problem with this is we're talking about these postage for envelopes. So my first class envelopes, actually the size limit for standard size first class is 618 inches by 11.5 inches, which is obviously much smaller than a ballot, and that's the type of mail. Whereas the forever stamps, I think they're currently 63 cents with 24 for each additional ounce. if so if you but these will probably, but then there's also the large envelope rate, which is only goes up to 15 inches by 11 and 5/8 inches in size. So 11 and 5/8 is enough to accommodate the width of our ballots, but I wish and you probably have to check with the Secretary of State's office, who seem not to be here, but I think some ballots are currently more than 15 inches in size. So unless you want to put something in there limiting the size of ballots, then you get more multi-page ballots. And, it's a seemingly simple thing that has cascading consequences. So I would say the best solution is just to continue folding the ballots, preferably maybe using a slightly larger, what we call digest size envelope that requires maybe only 2 folds instead of, some people end up sending things in, especially if a letter size return envelope that's folded in 4 or 8s. I've seen some very elaborately folded ballots, observing counts. And the other thing is, of course, to bear in mind is you have the affidavit. You have to put the ballot inside. When you return it, there's at least 2 return ballots. You have like that, like I think it's called the affidavit ballot that you sign, and then you put that inside the actual mailing envelope, and then occasionally people then stick the mailing envelope inside a second mailing envelope. And so if you're talking like a really big flat, those are envelopes that people will have a hard time. Those are expensive to provide, and if it's also something that if they want to use a additional mailing envelope, especially if they're overseas voters or whatever, that might not be something that they can find where they are. So I would reluctantly say that we should keep this part of the election law the way it is, and just improve our voting procedures, because I don't think there's any way to prevent at least some ballots from coming in with folds in them for one reason or another. So I agree there's a problem, but I'm not sure this would create more solutions, especially with ballots that are bigger than that large envelope size. Then you're getting for priority mail, which is really expensive. That's like $9.95 a pop, and that's an unreasonable burden to put on the voters. And also, if the state pays for return postage, as in the next bill, then that's an unreasonable burden to put on the state. So I would, in principle, it's a good idea, but I don't think it's going to work unless you restrict the size of the ballots. So that's my testimony. So I'd be happy to take any questions should anyone have one. Not that I can necessarily answer them, but I'd be happy to take the questions.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none.
Good.
Thank you. Representative Horgan, you'll be disappointed. The Secretary of State's office is here, and they are up next.
Oh, no, I'm not disappointed. Good. So if I'm wrong, I stand corrected. If I'm right, well, but thanks.
All right, we're back. Sorry about that. Yes, you're Senior Deputy Hennessy, correct? Or did I get your title right?
Just deputy.
Just deputy. I
Yep.
apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. I am here to offer just some education, some information on the envelopes and ballot sizes. So the process for absentee envelopes is that the Secretary of State's office for all state elections mails out to your local city or town clerk 3 envelopes. One would be the outside envelope that the clerk puts all of the voter information into. The other would be the return outside envelope, which the voter would put their signed affidavit envelope into, which inside goes their absentee ballot. So you have a big envelope with a medium-sized envelope with a smaller envelope with a ballot, ultimately is the way that would work. I did hear from the sponsor of the bill that she is planning on submitting an amendment to remove hand count town ballots. If you are from a hand count town, you know that your ballot is always folded. Some of this has to do with privacy concerns. So voters are required to hand their ballot to the moderator, and the moderator puts it into the box. So voters like to make sure that nobody can see their ballot and how they voted. So that's one of the reasons why hand count town ballots are folded. But if the amendment removes that, then we don't need to talk about these anymore. There are 3 other styles or sizes of ballots to consider. And ideally, all ballots would be just printed on one side of the ballot because, again, voters like the option of turning their ballot over when it goes through a machine count so that the moderator or anyone else hanging out by the machine doesn't see how they voted. So in a smaller town, in a smaller election year, you might just have an 8.5 by 11 ballot. In a bigger town that has a lot of state reps, you would have an 8.5 by 14 ballot. And then in a bigger town with a lot of state reps and perhaps maybe a lot of other candidates on the ballot, you would have an 8.5 by 18 ballot. So if you think about the process and that this bill calls for, where a voter would, or anyone wouldn't be able to fold a ballot, and it would require some sort of rigid envelope. And I think the easiest way would be the affidavit envelope would have to be rigid, since that would be the most inside envelope to protect the ballot. So if you have a big ballot, the rigid envelope would have to go around this one here. And then there would have to be a bigger envelope to be able to fit this envelope inside. And then the third envelope would again have to be bigger to fit this ballot, the other 2 envelopes inside of it. Just because of time constraints, we weren't able to have a sit-down meeting with the post office to determine what that might look like, what the envelope options are with a different vendor too. But this, if you again just visualize what a voter would get in their mailbox, this probably would not actually even fit in their mailbox if it was rigid and not being able to bend. Even an envelope like this, which would have an envelope that would fit this inside to not bend, and then 2 other bigger envelopes may not fit in a voter's mailbox either. So those are just some things to consider with trying not to fold the ballot. I think that's what I have for you right now. So I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
All right.
And I'm sorry, did I introduce myself? Erin Hennessy, Deputy Secretary of State.
I attempted to introduce you. I bundled it marvelously. Representative Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking the question. With the current voting machines and the newer ones, will it be capable of handling ballots that are smaller than what the voters are using? In other words, smaller absentee ballots than the regular ballot?
So are you saying that perhaps a smaller ballot than an 8.5 by 11? I think what you get down to at that point would be that the voter wouldn't be able to see the candidates' names, or voters that, like me, have eye issues. But I can find out about the sizes that their machines would be able to handle.
Now, on
Follow-up?
On mailing, I mean, once a month I get an envelope about this thick from the post office for my county ballot, at least once a month, and it comes in a couple days, so I don't think there's a delay problem. But I do see, I mean, you already mentioned you haven't looked into what the maximum size envelopes the post office can use?
I'm sure that for any price you're able to send it, but it being rigid, the post office does note on their website that you might have to pay parcel package prices for that, which if you've tried to mail holiday packages recently, you know that that's very expensive.
Further questions? Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I'll repeat what I asked the sponsor of the bill earlier. And for the new voting machines that the Secretary of State's office is looking at, have the capabilities and accuracies of the machines been tested on if they can count with potential folds on where the circle to select who you'd want would be?
Thank you for the question. So, just for some background information, the Ballot Law Commission is the one that authorizes new ballot counting devices. Excuse me. And in the general election, there were 3 towns that tried out a new device from Voting Works. And in our post audits of that general election, we didn't encounter any issues where there was any unintended marks counted by the device. There are 3 other devices that may be used in the local elections this winter in towns and cities. Those are Dominion, ES&S, and if a town decides to sponsor it, Clear Ballot. And after all of those elections are done, we will also be doing audits of the voter's intent and if the device read that ballot correctly. So we haven't gone through the process of making sure that what happened in Wyndham when they folded their ballots through the oval wouldn't happen again on the new, more sophisticated devices, but our hope is no.
Further questions? Representative Brennan.
Thank you for taking my question. The current absentee ballots, when they're mailed out, is a voter able to simply put that ballot in their standard mailbox and have it picked up by their regular mail carrier?
Yes, as long as they put postage on it.
Further questions? Representative Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Do we know the distribution or the breakdown between those ballots which are handed in for absentee purposes in the town halls versus what is actually mailed?
I thank you for the question. That's a good question. I don't believe there's any tracking mechanism for how it was delivered right now. I don't believe any towns track that. And it's not, I don't believe it's in our system to do that.
A way to calculate that, just so you know, would be we passed a law last year for making absentee data public, and you'd look for people that requested and returned on the same day. Because there's no way the post office moves that quickly. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Deputy Secretary Hennessy.
Thank you.
Louise Spencer.
Thank you. Thanks for taking my testimony. My name is Louise Spencer. I'm co-founder of an all-volunteer grassroots advocacy organization called the Kent Street Coalition, but I'm speaking today on my own behalf. And I am speaking in opposition to this bill. I want to just first address the issue of the folding of the ballots and the issue that occurred in Wyndham. That was a very unique circumstance in that a machine was used to fold and crease the ballots. And what happened was that the process of using that very heavy stamping machine to create the crease created a shadow line that unfortunately, as we saw, did lead to phantom ballots, phantom votes, and also over votes. So, but that was a function of a folding machine being used. Wyndham, this last election, did a trial of hand-folded ballots before the election to see if any of those would, just by doing a regular hand folding, if we would see phantom votes or overvotes. That did not occur. None of the hand-folded ballots, regardless of where the fold landed, impacted the vote. So I just think it's very important to be aware that that was a very unique situation in Windham, and that it could be addressed by just not allowing these sorts of machines to be used in the future. And certainly Windham's not using them. So then there's the issue about the envelopes themselves that would be used. We're not just talking about being able to go to Staples and buy envelopes to do this. These envelopes have to be of a certain quality, and they have to be pre-printed with specific information. So there's a real cost in the envelopes themselves. And I would point you to the committee. The Secretary of State had a special committee on COVID voting that covered a lot of issues, but I would say that 50% of the maybe 8 meetings that they had to talk about how to address elections through COVID had to do specifically with the absentee ballots, knowing there would be an increased use of them. They found that the cost was prohibitive to using this sort of, to doing flat ballots. And so there's lots of research there. I can pull it up for you if anyone's interested. It's all on the record. Hours and hours and hours of time were spent. I sat through all of it, and even though I originally thought this might be a way to go, it just seemed like a real obstacle. So next, we do have the issue of the slower mail that we're facing all around, but this would add another slowdown to the process, as I think you mentioned. And that's both, we have to remember, on the sending end from the town to the voter, and then on the voter end. This also is an issue when you come to UOCAVA voters who are overseas, and these ballots have to be sent overseas. Again, a really increased cost, particularly when you're looking at larger envelopes and heavier weights, perhaps. So, for the state, even if they're not picking up the cost of the postage, there's still a substantial increase of cost. And then let's look at the voter. This presents real cost to them and a burden on their voting access. Partly it's the delay time that it would now take extra days to make sure that their vote could be processed. And let's remember that the majority of people who do absentee ballots do them because they're not able to get down to the town halls to deliver their ballots. They're out of town, they're out of state, they're disabled. So, it's not an option of, I don't want to pay that postage, so I'm going to go down to the town hall. Or I'm worried about the time and will my ballot be counted, so I'm going to go down to town hall. These absentee ballot provisions in our Constitution exist primarily to accommodate the people who are really not able to be there and get their ballots in like that. And then the cost is real for people. I mean, we hear a lot of talk about, the cost of living has gone way up, and those extra 50 cents, in fact, can make a difference, particularly if you have multiple members in your family who are voting absentee. So I think it doesn't behoove us to downgrade that concern. And then it's not clear to me from the way the bill is written whether the voter themselves would in fact be subject to a penalty if they did think, oh, I'm going to save postage and I'm going to get a regular envelope and fold it and send it in. That, of course, would be very disconcerting if that was the case. So just double checking. The other issue around UOCAVA, quite frankly, is with SB 418, which already has presented timeline burdens around primary elections for whether the state is going to be able to get ballots to our overseas military and other overseas voters in time to meet the requirements of UOCAVA. If we are now adding extra days because we have a flat rate envelope that needs to go out and that slows the process, we're running into additional problems with SB 418. So with that, I will conclude my my testimony. I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions from the committee?
No. Okay. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Ken Ehring?
Good morning. My name's Ken Eyring. I'm from Windham. And I appreciate the time to speak on this bill. I'm in favor of this bill. I lived through the nightmare of the election, the general election in 2020. I believe that this should be a bipartisan bill. I worked very closely with former Secretary of State Bill Gardner and Senator Bob Guida to get the forensic audit that would analyze what took place in Windham. That was the largest numerical discrepancy in the history of the state between the election day results and the hand recount. And the forensic audit, which was led by Harry Hursty, who has been a consultant for New Hampshire in the past, he confirmed in that audit that folds going through ovals can be misread and are misread by the machines. And it was a rate from anywhere from 35% and upwards to almost double. So you've heard testimony that folded ballots going through machines that can be read accurately, but a folded ballot and a fold going through an oval through a ballot are two different things. And we have human error that can be introduced, and it is introduced in every election. In Windham, in the November 2020 election, between the election day results and the hand recount on 10,006 ballots, 1,163 votes were shifted. They were adjusted to more accurately reflect what the voters' intent were. 1,163 votes is a lot of votes that were inaccurately counted by the machines on election day. So I believe that if ballots are continued to be folded, then it should be mandatory that they be hand counted. So last year, HB 1163 addressed part of the issue of the Windham incident, the general election in 2020, by having the machine set to reject overvoted ballots. So what was happening is that in races where there were all of the votes for any given race were filled in for all the candidates, if an oval went through one of the candidates' ovals that were not voted for, and it was read as a phantom vote, then it triggered an overvote. And if you look at the testimony that Tom Murray presented, that the sponsor said that she distributed to each of you, I think you'll see that there were enormous issues with overvotes being counted in towns that use machines all across New Hampshire. But 1163 does not address the fact that there are still phantom votes that can be counted. And in the November 2020 general election in Windham, one of the Democrats candidates received 99 extra votes that were removed from her vote totals during the recount and also confirmed during the forensic audit. So this bill would address that part of the problem and lead to more accurate results. The ballot, there was a question raised about testing on the new machines that are being looked at. I sat in on a ballot law commission test of 2 machines, and they did not put any folded ballots through the Dominion machine that they tested, 0. That to me is disturbing, knowing the fact of the issues that we've had with folded ballots. They put 2 folded ballots through the Voting Works machines. And again, that's not enough to make a statement that we have accurate ability to read folded ballots through ovals, through any new machines. You heard testimony that Wyndham did a test and that there were no problems with the folds going through with folded ballots. But again, you need to test with folds going through the ovals. And since Wyndham has been brought up, I want to emphasize the fact that there is always human error. And you would think that the town that brought such attention to this issue regarding the November 2020 general election would be extremely careful with how they process their folded ballots in subsequent elections. They still folded ballots through the ovals for the September 13th primary. And I find that to be very disturbing. And I didn't think of it. I should have brought a sample of that. I filed a complaint with 33 issues regarding Wyndham's elections for the September primary. I'm going to file another complaint for the general election. And I'd be happy to forward a link to all of you in this committee so that you can read that complaint. And one of the links in that complaint shows the folded ballot that goes through 2 ovals, which again is very disturbing. Derry hand counts all of the folded ballots. I think that is an exemplary example. If you pass this bill, there will be a tremendous savings for towns that do that. But what Derry does is it ensures the accuracy of the vote. And isn't that what we all want? We all want to make sure that every valid vote cast is counted accurately. From my position, every phantom vote that's counted disenfranchises an actual vote. And, there was concerns about the size of the envelopes. We all get mail, all of us get mail that's larger than an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper. The postman folds it around our other envelopes and puts it in our mailbox. There's no bend in here that's going to mess up how a machine reads the vote, if that's how it was delivered. But if that's a concern and it causes you not to support this bill, then again, I would suggest that somebody write an amendment that says that all folded ballots should be hand counted or must be hand counted. The cost of the extra envelopes, I realize that's a consideration, but in the end, that's the foundation of our government. We want to make sure that however the votes are cast, that they're accurately counted. And as you heard testimony from Representative Lane, there's an enormous cost to Derry right now and to other towns who hand count folded ballots. So that would be offset, and it would be a tremendous reduction in the burden of those towns because they stay until all the wee hours in the morning counting the ballots to make sure that the votes are accurately counted. And I know from testifying on other bills, there are concerns about extending, putting requirements on election workers that extend their hours into the wee hours in the morning because the longer that they stay there, the more that there might be a possibility that errors are made because, again, human error, people get tired. So, you know, in conclusion, I respectfully ask that you support this bill because I've lived through the nightmare, and in addition to that, the same error was made on subsequent elections. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Burnham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Erling. Has there been any consideration, I know we've talked about envelopes and folding, has there been any consideration on mailing tubes? It seems like the standard of the ballots in width is 8.5 inches. So that would give a reusable mailing tube an option to not only not have a fold in it, but to be reused as the voter sends back their ballot.
I had never thought of that, but I actually think that's a clever and a very insightful suggestion. I don't know what the cost would be, but the cost would be more upfront, obviously. And then, as you suggested, you could recycle the tubes because they'd be returned back to the town. I think that's a good idea, something to look into. But it would help implement something like this and address some of the concerns. Thank you.
Further questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Representative Wood, can you send up the blue sheet for this bill, please? Okay, one person signed in for and against, I'm not sure what that means, and then 2 in favor of the bill. And that closes the public hearing on House Bill 453.
She might be the one that has.
I
no
don't
name on
have
it.
a card.
That one with no name on it.
I have
Your
a
name.
I have a blank card.
Did I miss one? Ask her if that's her. Would you tell me?
I have a card that says simply watch questions. 1 minute, there's no name or other information on it. Okay, it's unusual, but we will reopen the public hearing on
sorry.
House Bill 453.
I'll be quick. Joan Dargy, Town Clerk Milford, also the legislative chair for, co-chair for New Hampshire City and Town Clerks Association. One of the things, I'm just going to bring up what hasn't been addressed, and that is the cost to the towns, because the town has to create their own affidavit envelope. If you picture that the quantity of affidavit envelopes that changes every time the affidavit envelope changes, that we wouldn't have the volume that would, for that size envelope, it'd be cost prohibitive basically to come up with an 8.5 by 14. And the other thing we have to figure is, like in Milford, our ballots are 10 to 12 pages long. So for a town election, which I'm assuming this would apply to the town election as well. It's not going to apply to Okay, so it should apply to, I mean, I'm assuming it applies to the town election, so we wouldn't be able to fold the town ballots. The reason that I did the City and Town Clerks Association was split So we have towns like Derry that want to hand count the absentees, but then we have other towns that have 4 to 10,000 absentee ballots. There's no way they're going to hand count them. What we did have, I'll just bring up what we had as for a suggested amendment, and that is a one-fold. Just fold it in half. That may make the envelopes more amenable to producing, and the postage wouldn't be so cost prohibitive. And then the other amendment was to exclude the towns from this requirement. And that's all I have. Sorry about not filling out the card properly.
That's okay, and we will need one though, when you go back.
Excuse me?
We will need you to fill one out though
Oh,
and send
sure.
it up for the record.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you, and can you turn the mic off?
Sorry about that.
I just wanted
Hang on a sec. No, I don't think we're gonna do that because we're significantly over time. And I'm
I'll come
probably gonna
find you.
get chewed out by the clerk for opening and closing a public hearing again, so. And the public hearing on House Bill 453 is closed again and finally. Okay. Public hearing on House Bill 508 is open. Welcome, Representative Wheeler.
I'm Jonah Wheeler. I'm represent Peterborough and Sharon, Hillsborough District 33. Like I said, I'll be as quick as I can. I think I will be. This is a pretty simple piece of legislation, even though I am a freshman with a fiscal note coming before you. I think it is fairly simple and straightforward. We've had poll taxes in this country for a long time, and states have employed poll taxes, other countries have employed poll taxes, and I think the evidence is pretty clear that those poll taxes hinder people's ability to get out there and vote. Not everyone, people who can afford them are able to vote, but those who are not cannot access their right as a citizen to vote and participate in their governmental process. The 24th Amendment ratified in 1964 made it illegal for poll taxes to exist in federal elections, but as we all probably know, the state still has the ability to impose a poll tax if it so wanted to. So I'm bringing this legislation forward to try and nix that before it happens. Like Louise Spencer said, for the last piece of legislation, the cost of living has increased significantly. We all, I think, feel that in one way or another. And while the price of a stamp might not seem like a lot, 40 cents to $1 to many of us, that can be a lot for some people. It can be a burden. Nonetheless, it's a financial burden to voting, no matter how much it is. And with the cost of living and with people who generally vote, again, like Louise said in her testimony, people who are using absentee ballots are people who have disabilities or health concerns and have a hard time getting to the town clerk's office to access their absentee ballot. in the first place. Why would we add another barrier to make it so that they have to grab a stamp? I think this is a worthwhile expenditure for the state, and voting should be your right as a citizen, not a privilege to those who can afford it. So with that, I'll take any questions that the committee has, and I thank the chairman for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Questions? I guess you supplied everything they needed. Thank you. Representative Newton? He set me up. is what
It was
happened.
my fault,
Yeah.
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, committee members, for allowing me to speak. As Representative Wheeler did, I am going to take the same tact and let y'all get to lunch, just make it really brief. No matter where one happens to be on the political spectrum, chances are you believe in the value of democracy, of people's participation, ability to participate in our electoral process. I believe that that necessarily entails ensuring accessibility for all, facilitating safe and secure elections with input from as many of our citizens as possible. In that light, this bill helps to reduce barriers to participation, plain and simple. Really, the only concern I can see is a cost. And to that I say, if anything is worth investing in, it is our fundamental right to participation in our electoral process. Told you I was going to keep it short and sweet. And I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. Other questions? Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joan Dargy? Is there Joan Dargy? Oh, okay.
Town of Milford, Town Clerk, New Hampshire City and Town Clerks Association. On this one, we're also just have a question as to whether it is going to apply to the towns or not.
Really good question. I asked the bill sponsor
Okay,
rather than the committee.
okay, and that's where we're mixed on it, in favor and not in favor.
I'm sorry, what?
That's where we're mixed, the association's mixed on that, can't really vote on it without understanding that, the cost to the town.
Representative Horrigan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm continue to be Representative Timothy Horrigan. I continue, unless something unexpected has happened, I continue to represent Stratford County District 10, the town of Durham. So I actually have a page of written testimony, which I think I already submitted on the web portal, but here's a hard copy of it. And as others have noted, the current system we expect voters to fix their own stamps to the absentee ballot return envelopes. And I admit this is in line with the New Hampshire way of doing things, where government does as little as possible for the people and the government does anything it does do as cheaply as possible. But I don't think that's fair, as I would agree that it's a poll tax, but also there's a practical issue. Not everybody has a supply of stamps around the house, even those who, I mean, I've got lots of those stamps around the house, but of those forever stamps, currently worth 63 cents, don't necessarily have a postage scale to make sure the return envelope weighs less than an ounce, nor does anybody have, nor do most people, nor does everyone necessarily have a supply of additional ounce stamps, currently 24 cents per additional ounce if the package weighs more than an ounce, and ballot return envelopes often weigh more than 1 ounce. And it would be a good practice for town clerks to actually make up a sample returned envelope ballot and weigh it. I don't know whether they all do it, and also sometimes the costs will vary a little bit according to perhaps, like say, whether, as I alluded to, sometimes people put their own mailing envelope around the official mailing envelope, especially when they're sending it from overseas. So that's which might kick an envelope up to the next ounce. But anyway, we had a lot of discussion about the size of ballots in the previous bill, and we mentioned those first-class large envelopes. Those are light flats. They probably be a fairly lightweight flat, unless you're from Milford, in which case you've got 12 pages of stuff in the ballot. And those, we've had a problem. This isn't really related to the bill, but those of us who have the calendars mailed are having a problem getting the calendars. It's taking a week, and that's because the post office has to separately typically has to hand sort the lighter large envelope. So that's why that piece is taking a week to get there instead of 2 days, and that would happen with certain ballots depending on what the size of the package was. Finally, I go into some detail. I have a couple of paragraphs about the possibility of the Secretary of State getting a business reply mail account. So that would be a simple way to pay for the. At least I think it would be simple. I'm sure there's some complications I'm overlooked to send the ballots back. Otherwise, the alternative would be to have the town clerks, hand over the stamps to the citizens, and they come and return the ballot if they're mailing out one. But so I think, and actually, maybe I shouldn't have done this because this actually kicks up the cost in the financial note because there's an annual fee for such an account. But I still think that would be money well worth it, and it's not really a large sum of money in the larger scheme of things. In fact, it can probably be paid for entirely out of the existing so-called HAVA funds, Help America Vote Act funds. So I would say this is a excellent bill. It's a common sense idea that should have been done years ago. So I urge the committee to move forward and pass it. And of course, I guess I'd be happy to take any questions, although I too, like the previous witnesses, am standing between you and your lunch. But anyway, thank you. Thank you very much.
Questions from the committee? Representative Kennedy.
Thank you. Do you believe that every person who votes in person should receive a mileage reimbursement for driving to the polling place?
No. I mean, if you wish, I don't know whether that be a germane amendment to this bill. You're certainly free to consider that if you think that's a good idea. But I would say no. But I don't think a mileage reimbursement is the same thing as providing return postage on the envelope. So thank you. I mean, I would probably put in for the mileage and take it if such a law was passed. But thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you. Deputy Secretary Hennessy.
Good morning again. Erin Hennessy. I'm the Deputy Secretary of State, and I'm just here to answer any questions you might have and point out that this bill, which is under 657.7, would apply to state elections only. So people who request an absentee ballot in a town or city election would have to remember to put the stamp on it.
And with that, you're done? This is a model for all to follow. Are there questions from the committee? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We have the blue sheet for 508, please. Okay. 1, 2, 3 signed in favor and none opposed. That closes the public hearing on House Bill 508. And the committee is in recess until 1 o'clock. Okay, the average of the clocks that I checked agreeing on 1 o'clock. We will open the public hearing on House Bill 195. Welcome, Representative Lane.
Welcome. 195, I'm Connie Lane. I'm represent Ward 2 in Concord. And thank you. This is a campaign finance bill. The theory is that the transparency is the goal so that the voter knows who is sending them communication, whether that communication is email, flyers that we all get inundated with, or any other communication. This bill has been around for a while, as you can see in the report that we just got, and it is lowering the threshold from $5,000 to $2,500 in order to qualify for registration as a political advocacy organization under RSA 664. So if an organization sends out mailers, emails, TV ads within 60 days before a primary or a general election that costs more than $2,500, they must register with the Secretary of State as a political advocacy organization. And that, in a nutshell, is what this bill is about. There are some concerns that it is perhaps unconstitutional, but all it does really is expand this to those who are sending us and we don't know who they are, sending us information either about candidates or issues, and it lowers that to $2,500. With that, I'll take questions.
Thank you, Representative Lane. Do you have an example of a group that would be affected by this?
I'm sorry, could you
Do
say
you have
that?
an example of a group that would be affected by this?
No, because right now they don't register, so we don't know who they are. They don't even have to put their stuff on their mailers.
And I'll allow myself a follow-up. It's good to be the chair sometimes. And it's $2,500 in total?
Yes.
Over what period of time or per campaign?
If they do it within 60 days, if they mail that out and that within that 60 days, they spend $2,500, then they are a political advocacy organization and they have to register. All we're requiring is that they register so that people know where it's coming from.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Berry.
I just want to tack onto that. So it's 60 days or a calendar year, correct? Because it's tacking into the existing, or am I misreading it? Because I don't want to read the whole thing, but PAO means any entity, including but not limited to an organization described in RSA, blah, that makes or expenditures of $2,500 or more in a calendar year. So it's 60 days or a
Makes
calendar year.
expenditures or more, you're right, in a calendar year.
Okay, so it's the
So I
60
was
days
wrong.
and the calendar year.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't trying to correct you. I apologize.
No, no,
I was
no.
just genuinely curious.
Further questions? Representative Wary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Lane. So does this dog just bark, or does it have any teeth, or is it, so if you lower the limit, it's just informing the public of where they're receiving this. It doesn't
Right.
do anything for enforcement or
No.
anything in
Any, already, whatever enforcement is there already would not change. So right now.
Okay.
And actually, there's not a lot of enforcement, but we're trying to give, baby steps.
Follow up?
Go ahead.
So is this happening now with the 5,000 limit?
No, because it doesn't expand out to those kinds of mailers and things. So we've expanded the definition so that they can't come in and dump, for instance, something that says I have a position on something and I don't have a position on that. It's contrary, and it comes out 2 weeks before the election. I have no time or money to counter that. So the idea is to at least people will know who sent out that mailer. That's the goal.
Representative Bay.
The $2,500, is that, like, if it's a mailer, is it one mailing or total for mailing for different?
It's total.
Thank you.
It's 25, like, I think Representative Barry pointed out, it's going to be a total of $2,500 in a year, but only if they send it out within that 60 days.
Representative Barry.
So I just want to go back to it because you and I had a discussion about PAOs. So basically, we're lowering, you're attempting to lower the threshold 5,000 to 2,500, and then you're expanding the definition of what a, let's call it, political communication would be.
Right.
Okay.
Further questions? Thank you, Representative Lane.
Thank you.
Olivia Zink.
Good afternoon, the committee. This is my 2022 political mail pile. And I just wanted to show you that disclosure is different on almost every single one of these pieces, whether they follow the law or not follow the law. Some have paid for by the name of the committee, but not their treasurer. Some have no disclosure at all. Some have registered, some have not. So they send out mail. When they have no marking on them, you don't know who it's from, but some of them have markings on them. Some of this mail is federal and some of it's state. So I know that this will only apply to the state. But Open Democracy, my name is Olivia Zink, and I'm from Franklin, New Hampshire, and I'm the executive director of Open Democracy Action. We're a nonpartisan nonprofit here in Concord. We've been working on transparency for a really long time. So what this bill does is if you are spending money and naming a candidate, you have to register and report your campaign finance. So it basically strikes the language functionally equivalent to express advocacy. And if people don't know what functionally equivalent to express advocacy is, it's when they say, Bill Marsh doesn't talk about his record on the environment because it's extreme. It's not saying vote against him. It's just sort of stating something about this state Senate candidate. If you use the magic word, vote for or vote against, there's 3 or 4 other magic words that trigger you to be considered functionally equivalent to express advocacy. But if you don't use those magic words, you can say, call your state rep and ask them to for this position, and then you actually don't trigger disclosure. Voters see all of this as political mail. Voters don't make a distinction between something that says, Bill Marsh doesn't talk about his record on healthcare and vote for or vote against. This bill closes a loophole in our campaign finance. Many years ago, Open Democracy worked with Senator Bradley on creating the disclosure bill. It was actually about 10 years ago. And then after we passed a disclosure bill to get more groups to register and report, we noticed this loophole where groups were, instead of using those magic words of vote for or vote against, they're using other words to get around this loophole. So basically, this is trying to plug the loophole by saying if you clearly identify a candidate within the time period, and it's not trying to get small groups, it's trying to get the bigger groups that are spending at least $2,500, because you know that a group that spent time mailing this to a group of voters, they've spent more than $2,500. Also, just wanted to say, you might hear about some court decisions in other states. And I want you to know that political speech is different. And the First Circuit has looked at political speech and that we can require disclosure if they are making an act of spending money to influence the election. And voters deserve that integrity in the political process to be able to look at the Secretary of State's office and find out if the group registered or reported. I can tell you, most voters don't go to the Secretary of State's office and go to the campaign finance filings and see if a group registered or report. Like only democracy nerds like me and maybe Representative Barry look up when he gets political mail, did this group register or report? I do want to share a little bit of history. This committee has seen this bill before. This is not the first time you have seen this bill before. This bill has passed the Senate 24-0 in 2019, passed this committee 20-0. It did not make it over the finish line because the governor did veto it that year. But I do hope that this committee will look at this bill favorably to just say groups should register and report if they are making political contributions. It's a simple transparency. So please vote ought to pass House Bill 195. This is the 2022 campaign mail. I have a whole stack in my office of 2020 mail, 2018 mail, 2016 mail. You can see that this is happening throughout our history, and also, if anyone wants to save their 2024 mail, we'll take it. And this is voters, Republican voters that received things for Jeb Bradley, and Democratic voters and independent voters. Like we try to collect mail from multiple different sources to see who's registering and reporting. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Representative Barry?
There's very few people that keep the political mail, so we have that in common. My wife's comment is to throw it out. And I should have asked this to Representative Lamb. She was up here, but I kind of just noticed it. It says in the language here, and are publicly distributed within 60 days. We don't define publicly distributed, and I know like one of the very most common campaign tactics are, these campaign staffers will generate letters to the editor, and they'll ship it off to somebody to publish in another publication, like the newspaper. Would that count under this? Because you've got a political expenditure happening, right? You're paying a staffer to generate campaign materials. It's going in somebody else's name, and then it's being publicly distributed. And this, to be fair, this question probably shouldn't have been asked of you, but like I said, I missed my opportunity with Representative Lane. Maybe she can tell me later, but it's just something like reading this, I'm thinking like we don't really define publicly distributed, so.
Thank you for that question. And I think the Attorney General has in other campaign finance letters made reference to this. So if this Sharon Carson letter got sent to voters in Franklin, it wouldn't actually meet that definition because Sharon Carson isn't my state senator. So what the Attorney General has when they've tried to do campaign finance violations is said, was it distributed to voters in that district? So if you mailed something that was intended to Manchester voters to a different town, then it wouldn't be considered actually publicly distributed. That's how the Attorney General has defined it in violations prior. But I would, maybe ask that you ask Ann Edwards or somebody from the Attorney General on how they're defining and enforcing those actions.
Is this just mailers or, I don't know, bumper stickers?
Well, it actually, our disclosure laws apply more broadly to mailers, radio ads, lawn signs actually require disclosure. Anything you're spending more than $2,500 on aggregately, you need to register. Most people who are running for office register and file their campaign finance reports. The majority of people do. There are just certain groups that are not registering and reporting, and this bill is just trying to plug that loophole. But it does, the definition in 664 does define the communications. And so Facebook ads do count, I believe, but somebody can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
So if somebody sends out $2,500 worth of bumper stickers that say Representative Stephen Smith murders kittens, does that qualify under this?
If they're if they put those all over cars right now, it wouldn't qualify. If those bumper stickers still are on cars close to the election, then it would qualify that the person who spent the money needed to register as a political group and disclose their spending.
Thank you. And I would never hurt a kitten. Further questions? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you. Of those letters that you have there, how many of them you have no idea where they came from? You can't determine what organization or person sent them.
There's one in this pile that has no disclosure whatsoever. I'm trying to find it. They didn't say paid for by anything, and I wish I had put them in put sticky notes on them because now they're all out of order. But there is one that has no disclosure, no return address, no website, no indication of anyone who they spent money for. There are others. I will say that some of them say paid for by and list a treasurer, which is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to list a treasurer and an address. Some of them don't all do that. So they're all over the place as far as how our law is supposed to look, and then what actually happens is. And anyone wanting to look through them, I'm happy to make this pile available.
Further questions? Representative Bay.
So if you see some of those and you can't, and they don't disclose who they are, and how can you make them accountable? Will it be an investigation by the Secretary of State and so forth? Can you enlighten us on that?
Sure, and I'd urge you to ask the Attorney General's office, but the way it works currently is, and I know that there has been campaign finance violations filed. Regular citizens can send a letter saying, I received this mail and I don't know who it's from. And the Attorney General will investigate who mailed them. Sometimes they can find out from the bulk permit number because there's a bulk permit number on it, and they'll find out who mailed that in. There are other ways that the Attorney General can investigate who sent these letters. But I think by passing this legislation, we're just saying anyone engaged in this activity should register and report. That's all. I'm not trying to stop anyone from doing any of this political mail. All this political mail will still show up in your mailbox. We're just saying that it should have who paid for it, so voters can decide. I think that it's really important that voters become informed consumers. They're getting something telling them to vote for these candidates, and they can see that Northwood Democratic Committee, Tom Chase chair, and Ted Wilkinson treasurer paid for it. I think they're supposed to list an address too, but they didn't.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, you said this is a follow-up sort of for that last one. I received some mail like that myself, and I pushed to get an investigation. When you received that mail that had no information about who sent it, did you investigate and push for that?
What I have been doing in recent years, Open Democracy has filed complaints in years past, but what I've been doing is trying to train volunteers who are collecting this mail for us so that the voter who receives the mail files the complaint, because I do think it's important that the voter who's receiving the mail says this is something that showed up in my mailbox, so that it's and also, if there's multiple of these that show up in multiple mailboxes, and also things that have happened, like whether you see an ad in a newspaper, clipping those ads in newspapers that if they haven't registered and reported and spent money in those advertisements, because I think it's important for our political discourse to know who's paying for our political advertisements.
Representative Quayle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How would this apply to an organization or a person who was based outside of New Hampshire and had no presence at all in New Hampshire? In your opinion, how would that apply?
Well, our disclosure law says your treasurer must be from New Hampshire. So groups, national groups that are spending money outside do ask for the treasurer to be from New Hampshire. So there's a lot of groups you see with a New Hampshire treasurer. Our law, I believe, requires your treasurer to be from New Hampshire. So we see a lot of national groups that have treasurers in New Hampshire for state mail, not for federal mail. This is for state mail. They do ask for the treasurer to be from New Hampshire. And we do see a lot of groups that have New Hampshire treasurers. Some of them are the same person. It's really fun when you're like, oh, they've just asked the same person to be the treasurer, and you see multiple treasurers.
Further questions? All right, thank you. Greg Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Greg Moore. I am the State Director for Americans for Prosperity, and I'm here to testify in opposition to House Bill 195. I will say this, I've now been in this role for 10 years, and I have spent countless hours spending time with our in-house counsel, outside counsel, understanding compliance laws. And I think there's some things that are really important to understand. There are basically 5 types of communication, political communication, that are sort of recognized from a legal perspective. The first is what's called voter and issue education. And that could be anything from legislative scorecards to these voter guides, let's say Citizens Count, Ballotopedia, other groups like that. This is just information, not asking anything of the voter, making no ask of the voter, just pushing information. Now that information may well come from the perspective of that organization, but it's still not asking anyone to do anything. The second group is called direct lobbying, and that's when someone with an orange badge like this comes and talks directly to you, or sends you materials or whatnot. The third group of political communication is what's known as grassroots lobbying. That's where an organization would reach out to a legislator's constituents and encourage them to take a position on a certain piece of legislation. One of the factors of that is it always includes what's called the call to action at the end, meaning call Representative so-and-so and at this number and tell them to support X bill. Then the last 2 groups are groups that are basically decided by case law. The first one being what's called express advocacy. That was basically put in play by Buckley v. Vallejo. And that express advocacy is basically what was described as using the magic words: vote for, elect, send someone to Concord, don't send someone to Washington. That's what's called express advocacy. And then there's what's called the functional equivalent of express advocacy, that doesn't use any of the magic words, but speaks to a candidate's fitness or temperament for office, or ability to serve in office. Representative Smith's, the bumper stickers you're talking about would be the functional equivalents of express advocacy. So those are the 5 buckets that political communication resides in. And as far as regulation, the courts have given states broad ability to regulate lobbyists, like making me wear this orange badge right now. Even though technically this isn't lobbying, what I'm doing right now, this isn't lobbying. It's more for those private conversations is what lobbying is under RSA 15. The express advocacy we regulate under 664. That's the majority. When someone's actually saying vote for, vote against, that's covered under 664. The original of this Roman 12 we have here under defining political advocacy organization is where in the past was swept up the functional equivalent of express advocacy. That leaves the 2 other buckets. One is the grassroots lobbying, and the other is voter and issue information. And the courts have a mixed view on the ability to regulate grassroots lobbying. As a prior speaker mentioned, the First District Court authorized legislation similar to this for the state of Maine. However, more recently, courts in New Jersey and New York struck down legislation similar to this. So it's a sort of a mixed background. And if you're looking at the most recent cases, it's against the idea of trying to regulate grassroots lobbying. And then there's the final bucket, which is voter and issue information. And the courts have been pretty clear that that is fully protected by free speech and that can't well be regulated. The problem with the legislation you see at hand is it sweeps all 5 of those under one bucket for a discrete time period, but it sweeps it all up into one bucket, including everything from people going and I would imagine Citizens Count, for example, would have to register as a political advocacy organization because I'm sure they spend more than $2,500 over the arc of the year, and they do mention candidates' name within the last 60 days. Now, who is doing that type of voter and issue information in the last 60 days? Well, there's a lot of groups, League of Women Voters, again, not telling you who to vote for, not calling anyone names, not encouraging you to vote for or against a specific issue. There are a lot of groups out there. Most of those groups are groups that are pretty well open, so I think you see a lot of legislative scorecards come out close to elections. That's often a common thing, as well as a lot of other information talking about information that might identify a candidate. So saying something about Governor Sununu, or Governor Sununu's proposal would do this, and that would be voter information. But that too would be swept up, and that is why at least in the New York and New Jersey cases, this legislation was viewed as unconstitutionally overbroad. What is grassroots lobbying within the last 60 days? Well, typically, as you know, there's not a lot of legislation that takes place in the last 60 days before a primary or general election, but some things do happen within New Hampshire government. We have veto sessions. We have nominations before the Executive Council. We have contracts that come before the Executive Council. And if a group of people wanted to opine on that particular issue, I'll give, for example, there was I think the most high profile one last year was the issue of landfills. There was a veto override. I know some people looks like they still have some scars from that one, but that was an issue where I think both sides spent over $2,500. They were weighing in, and they were encouraging people to reach out to specific, in that case, senators to support the override of the veto. So this bill would pull in groups like that. A lot of these groups are fairly unsophisticated community groups. I think you're going to have a lot of non-compliance if this were to take place. You have groups that just have no idea that this would apply to them, particularly folks who are pushing out voter guides or things like that. They wouldn't appreciate that this applies to them, and it would be pulling in a lot of those folks. In addition to that, one of the things that's really odd about this legislation is it strikes the regulation of the functional equivalence of express advocacy, but for 60 days before the primary and the general. So, for example, the bumper sticker that the chairman mentioned, that bumper sticker, they'd be required to, under current law, if they hit $5,000 of spending, they'd be required to register as a political advocacy organization at any point in the cycle if they want to start calling someone names or talk about their fitness or quality of their candidacy, or fitness to hold office. But at this bill would stop regulating the functional equivalence of express advocacy, but for the last 60 days. So if someone were running a campaign for governor and they wanted to just basically make all sorts of wild accusations, if they're in a primary or if they don't have a primary, they just want to start making all sorts of wild accusations, that could go completely unregulated. Or another group that's trying to support a candidate for governor could make all sorts of wild accusations. It would have no responsibility to register with the state whatsoever, but for the last 60 days before a primary and a general. So I think there are a lot of concerns that we have with this legislation, not the least of which are some of the impacts it would have on small groups that really are pretty unsophisticated, could potentially be set up for getting, let's say a group that wants to weigh in on, I know usually it's late July, that, for example, Planned Parenthood. The family planning contracts come up before the council. That would fall within the 60-day window. So suddenly they would have to register if they wanted to say, call executive counselor so-and-so and ask them to support these contracts. That's the type of stuff you'd be pulling in if you were to pass this legislation. And I think that now a group like Planned Parenthood would be fine, but maybe think of some of the smaller health centers that maybe don't have the type of operation behind them. They might miss out on something like this and suddenly be breaking the law. So those are some of the concerns we have. But at this point, I'd be happy to stop talking and take some questions.
Thank you. So in my county, I'm not going to name the town, but there was a brutal gloves off throwdown over a warrant article to build a new community center. So if 25 people got together and each kicked in $100 to send out a mailer, would this make them have to register and report.
I I believe this applies to state only.
Okay.
You'd have to, I'd encourage you to reach out to the Department of Justice and ask that question. I'm an engineer by training, not a lawyer.
Representative Berry.
You're here representing Americans for Prosperity. How would this legislation, or would it impact your group at all?
Not per se. I mean, the only time we've weighed in on vetoes has been on budgets, which tend not to be near elections. It's the odd number year. So it really doesn't have an impact. I'm not saying that there might not be a time where we might want to weigh in on a veto one way or the other, or that. I think the biggest impact it would have directly for our organization is depending on whether or not we could just put it under our. See, we have a political committee. Would we have to have a political committee and a political advocacy organization? The net effect for us is it might accelerate how soon we get our legislative scorecard out. So, just so we don't have to create another committee and go through that compliance process in two different silos. I think probably I'm here today representing Americans for Prosperity, but I also happen to be the state director for Americans for Prosperity Foundation. And AFP Foundation was the organization that brought litigation in the New Jersey case. It overturned a similar law in federal district court. I suspect AFP Foundation might look closely at this legislation were it to pass.
Further questions? Follow up.
I'm going to ask you the similar question I asked Ms. Zink. Publicly distributed, would this apply to like when the union leader endorses somebody for governor? Would they then, because that's publicly distributed, I'm assuming the union leader's distribution costs more than $2,500. It's an endorsement, express advocacy for a candidate. Would they then have to form a political advocacy organization and report?
You raise a great question because you're bumping up against a constitutional provision. That's the challenge because technically this is so broad. It could bring in a newscast that mentions the candidate's name because a news spends more than $2,500 a year. And as it turns out, they tend to mention candidates' names within the last 60 days. And again, that's why I'd encourage the committee to reach out to the Department of Justice to figure out if this law were to pass, how the Department of Justice might try to enforce it, or if they would enforce it because of some of the challenges like you just mentioned. We have some scenarios like that.
Further questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Secretary Hennessy.
Hello, everyone again. Erin Hennessy. I am the Deputy Secretary of State, and I am here to just offer some information on this bill. Just in general, our office, when the legislature makes changes to election laws, we like to see them clean things up and just make them easier to read, especially for you folks. I know we gave you a bunch of information, and the white and purple book is all the election laws that we have in the state. And I hope you finish that. I can take questions on that right now too, if you'd like. But I just want to point out that this bill, in my reading, causes a little bit more confusion than it does clarification. For example, the reference to on line 4 to RSA 664:2, refers back to a political committee within the definition of a political advocacy organization. And when you go up and you read what a political committee is, and when you go to the small d, it also references a $5,000 amount. So if this were to be passed as it is, there would be a reference where there's $5,000, but there's also a $2,500, and which amount is it that you're supposed to follow? So just some confusion there when reading what's the intent, confusion between what the political advocacy organization is definition-wise versus a political committee. To Representative Berry's point, the in a calendar year being in there, but then down below on line 11, 60 days prior to a general election. I'm not from the Department of Justice, but I have worked with them a bunch. I do recommend reaching out to them because the words on line 10 and 11 publicly distributed. Does that mean that on 61 days before the election, if I drop off a bunch of mailings at the post office, that's when it was publicly distributed? But 57 days before the election, when a voter gets that mailing and they call up the Department of Justice because it doesn't follow this law, how are they going to interpret that? Did it break the law? Did it not break the law? Will it cause unnecessary confusion for the people getting the information, for those trying to send it out? And in the political committee section, it has just a reference to a full calendar year. It doesn't make any reference to the 60 days before. So just some inconsistencies that this creates instead of clarifying up some information. I think that's it. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, and I admire your optimism that the mail will get there in 4 days.
Not in the North Country.
Yeah. Questions from the committee? All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Guess we'll need the blue sheet. And the sign-in sheet is 4 in favor, 1 against. That closes the public hearing on House Bill 195. Let's go. This guy never got here, so, but he's on the blue sheet. All right, we will open the public hearing on House Bill 196. Welcome, Representative Lane, and I can't find your card.
I have it.
Oh, you got it? Nice.
I thought I had one. So I'm Representative Lane, and I'm from Ward 2 in Concord. And thank you for considering this bill. Again, this is a campaign finance bill that's basically trying to improve our laws, our existing laws, which, as we just heard, are a bit confusing, and to look at what other states have done in terms of transparency. The goal is to make everything as transparent as possible and make it less confusing. So one of the ways of doing that is to set up a committee or a commission. My original bill that you all have set up a commission. I was told that it would be more likely to pass if I changed it to committee. I don't really care whether it's a commission or a committee. So I passed out to all of you, when you came back from lunch, you should have this unapproved amendment to 196. And my thought was, and basically what this bill does is everywhere the word commission pops up, it substitutes committee. So that's the intent of the amendment. One of the recommendations of the Secretary of State Special Committee on Voter Confidence is for the legislature to review the body of election law. And this bill would do so related to campaign finance law. It doesn't tackle all the election laws, just the campaign finance laws. And my hope is that the committee would speak with campaign finance reform advocates, review other states' law, talk with the AG's office, and anyone they think we should talk to. There are some previous studies and committees that have looked at this in the past in New Hampshire, and look at that. And then make recommendations so that maybe we can draft some legislation and consider it either next year or next session. And that's it. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Okay. Olivia Zink.
Good afternoon. My name is Olivia Zink, and I live in Franklin, and I represent Open Democracy Action. Transparency is critical to our democracy being open and accountable. Having a study committee to study campaign finance is a good start in improving our process. If this stays a commission or becomes a committee, I do hope that the legislature will seek the views of the Secretary of State and the Attorney General, because those were two appointed members. And if it's just a committee, it's only legislators. But I do hope you will give the two agents, or two, the Secretary of State's office and the Department of Justice, a chance to have a voice. When this committee had their organization day, the Attorney General, Ann Edwards, said to you that there are 1,600 violations in 2020. I do think that it's a good idea for us to look at those violations, figure out what's happening. Maybe this committee would make a recommendation that the Secretary of State's office and the Attorney General hold a training so campaigns know how to file their campaign finance. Makes sense to me. There has been a bill that has failed, but wanted to make sure that the campaign finance reports are legible. I have seen that many reports are not legible. The Secretary of State's office Karen Ladd once told me that her favorite way to get campaign finance reports are when a candidate fills them out in pencil and faxes them, so she can't read them. And I said, why can't you send them back and ask them to resubmit them so you can read them? And she's like, that's not our job. That's the Attorney General's job to enforce the law. I do think that there might be a way to streamline that process. So if somebody fills out a report that's incomplete, doesn't have a signature, missing information, that there's a way for the Secretary of State's office to just say, can you finish this information? Followthemoney.org gives New Hampshire an F on our campaign disclosure. We rank 48 out of 50 states. So I do think that there is lots of room to improve New Hampshire's disclosure and campaign finance. I think there will be some really amazing ideas that come from a bipartisan group of legislators reviewing campaign finance reports, seeing if there's more efficiencies and effective ways to keep this going. One idea might be people fill out using the online campaign finance system so that it's legible. This bill hopefully will allow you to study, the committee to look at maybe examining the cost of campaigns, the effectiveness of New Hampshire's disclosure law and our enforcement, constitutional options to regulate campaign finance, and specific revisions that might be aimed at improving the integrity and increasing public confidence in our campaign finance. So please support House Bill 196 or as amended. Happy to take any questions.
Questions from the committee? Okay, thank you. Deputy Secretary Hennessy. So this is just your Tuesday now. That's what's happening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Erin Hennessy, Deputy Secretary of State. Just want to go on record that we support this legislation, whether it's a commission or a committee, and would be happy to participate with either the committee or as a member of the commission. And as a former, this is an aside, as a former 8-year user of these laws, I did find them confusing unnecessarily.
I think you just beat your last record on brevity. All right, Representative Wood.
Thank you for taking my question. Regarding establishing this commission or committee, does it have to be done by, I'm new to the board, does it have to be done by the election law committee, or can your office initiate this? Wow. Okay.
Thank you. That is a great question. I imagine that we could initiate something, but we would then have to come to you to say, hey, would you listen to what we have to say? So I think it would be more effective and efficient if you did it within this committee.
Okay.
Follow up?
Yeah.
On the latest report that was done on voter integrity, was that brought up from this, and I wasn't here, so I apologize. Was that brought up through the election law committee, or was it brought up through the
That was
your
a
office?
Secretary of State's decision to form that commission.
Okay, so how would follow up
Okay.
while she's here? How would that be different? How would that be different? Just
So the difference would be that that commission identified some issues. And if this commission were to do the process itself, usually a commission or a committee will, in their recommendation in their final report, and this has just been my past legislative experience, have an actual language of a bill that it's going to fully sponsor in the next session.
thank you.
Yep.
Yep. So the idea is, where's the reporting? So this will, on November 1st of this year, they must produce a report that goes to the Speaker of the House, the President of the Senate, the House Clerk, the Senate Clerk, the Governor, and the State Library. So that means both the Senate President and the Speaker would get it. It would come to their attention, and then there would be recommendations from this committee. I think it's part of the charge to, well, it says make recommendations. When a state legislature formed committee makes recommendations, it's in the report, but I mean, really what they're doing is filing bills at that point. If the executive branch forms a commission, you get the report. People may read it or not, but what it doesn't do is propose legislation. Further questions? Okay.
Thank you.
And it is blue sheet time. On the blue sheet, we have 5 in favor, none against. That closes the public hearing on House Bill 196. I gotta remember my gavel. And we're in recess till 2 o'clock. Okay, all right, let's open the executive session on House Bill 209. What?
I did the same thing this morning.
You did?
Yep.
Okay. Yep, public hearing. Somebody said the word retain, so my head switched modes. Yeah, so public hearing, let's do that. Welcome, Representative Hamer.
Thank you. I'm Heidi Hamer from Manchester, and I'm introducing House Bill 209 relative to the form required to request an absentee ballot. This simple bill simplifies the form required to request an absentee ballot. This new form is trying to make it easier for our challenged voters to vote absentee ballot. Many absentee voters are elderly or disabled. Some absentee voters work long hours or have long commutes and are unable to make it to the polls on election day during regular hours. Some voters are confined to jail for a misdemeanor or while waiting trial. They have a right to vote by absentee ballot. There are voters who are caring for a child or an adult. They also are unable to come to the polls and vote in person. They also have the right to vote absentee. Or you could be on vacation, lucky you. Filling out this simplified form to request an absentee ballot will help those voters and make our city clerks, town clerks' jobs easier. My Manchester City Clerk has done countless in-home visits, especially the elderly voters, because they do not understand the current request forms. So this is my version of making everyone's absentee ballot request easier. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Okay. What? You? Representative Barry?
So I reviewed this when you sent it to me, and I'm sorry I didn't get back to you. Are you making any changes to the requirements to request an absentee ballot? Like, you're not opening it up to just anybody. Like, all you're doing is streamlining the actual page, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Further questions? Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Joan Dargy? Nope. Okay. Deputy Secretary Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Erin Hennessy, Deputy Secretary of State. I want to applaud the representative for trying to simplify something. For those of you who have not seen a absentee ballot application, this is what one looks like right now. And again, this is the legislature sets what goes on here. And there's a bunch of different reasons. There's reasons if there's a snowstorm, and then you have to flip it over. One thing I will point out to Representative Barry's question earlier, I believe it does remove one thing from the current application, in which it currently on the application, it says that if you're absent from where you live or you're disabled and unable to come in and register to vote, you can have a registration sent to you with the absentee ballot materials. And I don't see that on the new option. And then also, I just wanted to make a suggestion that if you are going to simplify, our Constitution in the Part First, Article 11, gives two options for absentee voters, and that is the disability or absence. And it would be much easier if you just had two different check boxes and defined what those things were. So I can't be at the polls. I need a absentee ballot, and it's one of two reasons. And you make definitions for those two reasons, which we have already defined in previously. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Hennessy. I want to speak to your comment about that because part of the reason that we expanded out this way is because people technically, they're not out of town. They're not away from their town if they, say, are sitting in jail. So the idea, so people wouldn't check that, or they couldn't use that, and they didn't have a disability. So we heard testimony, I think last year, the year before, and tried to clarify that. That was part of the reason we wanted to clarify it, so people would understand that it would qualify for that.
Thank you for the question. That can still be included within the definition in one of those two boxes. It's just a suggestion if you're trying to simplify things.
Further questions? Representative Quayle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Deputy Hennessy. I note in RSA 657-1 regarding excuses for absentee voting, it also includes a National Weather Service winter storm warning on the Monday before the election. I don't think that's in this simplified version, but wouldn't that still need to be there? 657 1, it's paragraph Roman numeral 2, or section Roman numeral 2.
So I don't have that in front of me, but I do have our current application,
Right.
and which does include that.
Right.
And the two reasons for the storm for you to get an absentee ballot would be that you're elderly informed or have a physical disability and would otherwise vote in person but have concerns for your safety traveling in the storm. And I think that would fit under the disability option for you to check. Also, I anticipate that school, childcare, or adult care will be canceled and would otherwise vote in person, but will need to care for children or informed adults. And that, again, is already an absentee excuse that you can have. So I think it's just duplicative of what the reasons we already have in law. And I'm sorry if I'm not being clear enough. So we already have a reason where if you're caring for a child or an adult, you can get an absentee ballot if you're unable to come to the polls. And we already have a reason if you have a disability, and if you, for some reason, can't go outside when it's slippery, or you can't drive when it's snowing, I believe that would be covered under disability. And again,
Follow up.
Yes, a follow-up. I have it in front of me. I believe it's the current version. And in the first excuse under the Weather Service storm warning, it doesn't make any reference in the RSA itself to being disabled or infirm. It simply says if you're in fear for your safety traveling in the prospective storm, that you can use that as being absent. So I'm just thinking that the application would need to have that corrected if we left it in. So I don't think it's covered elsewhere, but you'll check me on this, I'm sure, when you have a chance. Thank you.
thank you. I can get a legal opinion as to whether that would be fall under disability or not. But again, if you want to leave all of that in there, then this is what your form was probably going to look like.
Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Deputy Hennessy, back to the disability, and I just heard that you were going to check on that, but a few years ago, we were told that disability, when we were working on the National Weather Service bill, that it would not cover the things that are set out in that bill.
Okay.
So I just wanted, that was part of the reason it went into the bill. So ask again, if you would please, if they think that, if that's the same opinion that we might get this time.
Thank you. I will follow up on that definition. And I apologize. I was never on election law, and so I was not privy to that conversation.
Further questions? Okay. Thank
Thank
you
you.
for your knowledge and expertise. And the blue sheet, please, Representative Wood. And on, on the blue sheet, we have 1 in favor, 2 against, and that closes the public hearing on House Bill 209. 2 in favor, 1 against. Yep. We are in recess until 3.
The Republicans members will caucus in the staff room. Is there going to be a Democrat caucus? Representative Lane, are you all set? Okay, and make sure all your microphones are turned off when you do caucus, Representative.
Okay, it's 3 o'clock. We'll open the executive session on House Bill 115. Representative Berry is recognized for a motion.
Yes, I'd like to retain House Bill one more time. I don't have 115. Thank you. I don't have my notes in front of me. Per the request of the sponsor, we want to hold on to this. There's similar legislation in the Senate. So we want to kind of sit back and see what's going to go on over there. And then we will make our move forward at that point after working on the bill and talking with ourselves.
Further discussion on the bill? Okay, the motion is uh-oh. The motion is retained. The clerk will call the roll.
Well, I'm a little nervous now that the boss is in the room. I'm better make this quick before I get fired. No, I'm kidding. Kidding, everyone. So the motion is to retain HB 115. And starting with Representative Berry.
Yes.
Representative Berry votes yes. Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Bohm. Yes. Representative Bohm votes yes. Representative Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Quayle votes yes. Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney votes yes. Representative Burnham.
Yes.
Representative Burnham votes yes. Representative Kennedy. Representative Kennedy votes yes. Representative Wary. Representative Wary votes yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood votes yes. Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Lane votes yes. Representative Ward. Representative Ward votes yes. Representative Hamer.
Yes.
Representative Hamer votes yes. Representative Hamblett.
Yes.
Representative Hamblett votes yes. Representative Page. Representative Page votes yes. Representative Bay.
Yes.
Representative Bay votes yes. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Grill, I vote yes. Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Howard votes yes. Representative Palmer.
Yes.
Representative Palmer votes yes. And Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Smith votes yes. That makes for 20 yeas and no nays. So that is unanimous. And that's it. Concludes the vote.
That closes the executive session on House Bill 115. 333 will be next. We'll open the executive session on House Bill 333. Representative Berry is recognized for a motion.
Yes, I vote to retain House Bill 333. Motion.
I'll second that motion.
Uh,
Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, after attending the chairs and vice chairs meeting this morning, the clerk of the House said that we should retain all the bills. I'm just kidding. Yeah. No, it's the same reason as the bill before. The sponsor wants to sit back and work on it and see what other pending legislation is coming forward and moving through the bodies. But I thought I'd get that little dig in there.
Pretty sure he would have said the opposite. But is there further discussion on the bill? Okay. Clerk will call the roll.
All right. Twice in a row. Representative Berry.
Yes.
Representative Berry votes yes. Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien votes yes. Representative Bohm.
Yes.
Representative Bohm votes yes. Representative Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Quayle votes yes. Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney votes yes. Representative Burnham.
Yes.
Representative Burnham votes yes. Representative Kennedy.
Yes.
Representative Kennedy votes yes. Representative Weary. Yes. Representative Weary votes yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood votes yes. Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Lane votes yes. Representative Ward.
Yes.
Representative Ward votes yes. Representative Hamer.
Yes.
Representative Hamer votes yes. Representative Hamlet.
Yes.
Representative Hamlet votes yes. Representative Page. Yes. Representative Page votes yes. Representative Bay.
Yes.
Representative Bay votes yes. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Grill, I vote yes. Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Howard votes yes. Representative Palmer.
Yes.
Representative Palmer votes yes. And Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Smith votes yes. That is another 20-0 on a great streak, guys. Let's keep it going. Just trying to hype people up.
And that closes the executive session on House Bill 333. 345 will be next. We'll open the executive session on House Bill 345. Representative Hamlet is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to retain House Bill 345 FN.
Mr. Chairman, I second that motion.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would. So the sponsors are confident that ranked choice voting is easy to use, easy to implement, and is fully constitutional. When voters have the opportunity to use it, they like it, and it gives a more accurate measure of the will of the people than our current voting system. Although the bill already has bipartisan support, we would like to broaden the base of support in order to gain strong support across our communities. So please vote to retain House Bill 345.
Further discussion on the motion? Clerk will call the roll, please.
All right. Representative Berry.
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Bohm.
Yes.
Representative Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Burnham.
Oh, yes.
Representative Kennedy.
Yes.
Representative Weary. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Ward. Representative Hamer.
Yes.
Representative Hamlet.
Yes.
Representative Page. Representative Bay.
Yes.
Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Grill, I vote yes. Representative Howard.
Yes.
And Representative Palmer. And Representative Smith.
Yes.
Once again, that is big surprise. 20 yeses, 0 noes, and 0 non-voting. So that is motion.
Motion's adopted, and that closes the executive session on House Bill 345. 350 will be next. We'll open the executive session on House Bill 350. Representative Hamlet's recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to retain House Bill 350.
Second.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, please. So similar to House Bill 345, we are confident that ranked choice voting is easy to use, easy to implement, and is fully constitutional. We would like more time to educate the public and broaden our bipartisan support. So please support the motion to retain by voting yes.
Further discussion on the bill? All right, the clerk will call the roll.
All right, one last time for the day. Representative Barry,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Kennedy, Representative Wary, Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamlet,
Yes.
Representative Page, Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, I vote yes. Representative Howard,
No.
okay. Representative Palmer,
Yes.
all right, that is 19 yeas and 1 nay,
I'd
and
like to vote as well.
oh. Promise I didn't forget you. Representative Smith.
Yes.
We'll just blame Representative Howard. Threw me for a loop. I'm kidding. That is 19 yeas and 1 nay and 0 non-voting, and the motion is still adopted.
And that closes the executive session on House Bill 350. So, planning for the future. I serve on another committee and they meet on the same day because, planning. And so I have to go there in the afternoon. So what I plan to do here is from now on, when we exec bills, we'll do them earlier in the day. So I don't want to change the political makeup of the committee because you hit traffic or there was a moose in the roads. So we'll probably do one public hearing. Gives people an opportunity to come in late. And then we'll exec bills before lunch and do the remainder of the public hearings in the afternoon. I got to look at the schedule, but it should work out that way. So that's the plan. And we're done for the day. Thank